Hey, this is Automat Live Coding, and today we are continuing the work on highlighting contours of objects. So during the last stream, we were in the process of switching to the new library to do contour offsets to the Cavalier contours. I did some more work there, so now this shape is properly traced and the contour offset works. We have no more glitches anywhere here. Same here, it seems to just work now. So we've added some very basic support for Bezier curves shapes. So when we have a segment of a Bezier curve, what I do is I just evaluate it at some number of fixed points. For simple quadratic curves, I just evaluate it in the middle. For cubic curves, I evaluate it at 3 different points. Anyway, after I do it, I just simplify it, or maybe not simplify it. I replace it with a sequence of lines, and this is how I simulate it. We have some cubic Bezier curves here, for instance. They're not very visible, but there is here around this place, and there is a connection between lines. Anyway, it's a very subtle thing, so it's not very visible anywhere. I think the new shapes that we'll be designing using arc sections, so we will avoid any extra circles in our work moving forward. So only lines and segments of circle. Okay. There are still some graphical glitches that are annoying to me that we could fix. But we still haven't finished with contours. There is this object here, which for some reason doesn't produce any contour. I have no idea why is that. I want to see what's happening here. So I will try to delete all of the other objects. Now we get some log which kind of explains where we are moving the cursor, but this is not very readable. So I would like to save this and turn this into a test case. Let's go to our arcline test. So we have a couple of test cases here that I can run, and they should all pass, I think. Yeah, they do pass. Okay, I would like to add a new method in arcline that would print something like that. Something that I can copy paste into source file. Okay, we are going to do something very, very similar. Okay, so when I am printing the arc line, I will change the format a little bit. Actually, there was a small mistake. Okay, this is a fairly complex shape. I think it should work. Let's take this and add a new test case. Cool. Okay, the test failed. That's great, because now we should be able to see the image that this test generated. The whole reason I've added a test case for this is that we are generating debug images if test fails. Okay, so this is our shape. I think in black we show the origin, so this is the point 0, 0. Okay, so the path that we have here, it's kind of messed up. Let's try to go through how this works. I want to show the start point on this image. Okay, so if I understand correctly, the start point is here. Now let's try following what's happening here. So this is the best way I can actually show this. Oh yeah. Those two windows are just fillers. We are interested in this image and this text here. I will print the arc line in a different way using millimeters. Oh, I'm modifying the wrong section. Okay, since the test is still failing, let's try following this line. So we are starting at this position. Start angle is fairly high. I think this is this one. So we are moving 6 mm forward. And then we are turning 14 mm clockwise. Again, big step forward. Okay, and then we turn flat here. We turn again, we move forward again. Yeah, there is something very wrong with this shape here. Let me try changing the constructor that we use for arc line to skip the intermediate points. I think this will give a simpler shape without any extra points. We're adding quite a few of them. No, the shape looks the same. Our conic section. Moving down, conic, line, conic. Actually, no, there is something wrong here. Because we started below this line. I think this arc, it should turn in the opposite direction. Yeah. I think this is the point where we are making a mistake.
So Hare says,
Yo?
Hey. Debugging geometry is so time consuming because to do all of this stuff we basically have to write our own tools to do almost all of the debug visualization that we need to see those paths. Yeah, we just don't have them.
Thoughts on Spring Boot in 2025?
I have no idea what that is. I'm not doing a lot of this commentary. I know this is the probably most popular type of content on like Twitch and YouTube programming, but personally I'm not a fan of that. I mean, I'm not the fan. I like watching this. I just don't.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't comment on unrelated projects. A sandbox for building small programs out of components, mostly focused on game automation. Here I have a macro recorder, an object that can record macros, and another object that can play back the macros. Yeah, so it can move the window. Yeah, my hands are here. It's kind of pressing keys by itself. And it can also input stuff into other programs if I let it. By the way, if we manage to fix this key presser, we'll play some Skyrim afterwards, today. I started playing Skyrim yesterday with the point of testing Automat, how well we can macro stuff. Because Skyrim is full of skills that can be leveled up if you just repeat some action over and over a lot of times. So yesterday I did the sneak. I did level up the sneaking skill to max by just running into a wall. Yeah, but this game is just full of grind. Kind of, but not in a bad sense. They actually tried to balance it very well in that game. You can play Skyrim without any grinding. But if you do grind, you can get a nice like kind of power jump. So we will be checking out how our macro recorder and timelines, how well do they actually power level in Skyrim. first we have to fix those contours here. Okay, so here we have this hand shape that I think we are then using together with the button shape. Yeah. Okay, let's try to break this up. Let's just try focusing on the hand shape. So I effectively, made our button presser smaller. But okay, so the hand shape alone seems to work, surprisingly. We can do proper outline on this. And I would guess button shape will work as well. Yeah. I'm curious about the direction. So the problematic shape is the combination of two, hand and the button. Maybe it's just going in the wrong direction. Let's see if this will work. Okay. Yeah, we just had to reverse the direction for some reason. And this is strange. It should not be like that. Stop this. I will copy the new arc line into our test. Let's run the test. And this gives us the new shape. And now it looks the way it should. So this is the old one. Bam, 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 bam. And this is the new one. Yeah, the old one definitely, even the outset direction is wrong. Okay, I will remove this. There is clearly a bug in our code somewhere, so we have to fix this. I don't want to use this easy fix where we just reverse the path. Let's go back to our joint shape. Okay, I just want to keep this around. So this is the proper, how it should look. This is the wrong one. And in this wrong one. Then the issue seems to be here when we do this conic. I mean, this weight is correct, of course, right? The angle is positive. I think the angle should be negative here. This initial turn we can ignore. Nope. It seems to be wrong, actually. It says 180 degree.
NTP 5555 says,
What effect does this music have on you?
Actually, none at all. Usually I program without any music. I can completely ignore whatever is happening in the background. This stuff I auto-generated just so that the stream isn't completely silent when I'm not talking anything, and most of the time I'm not talking. Sometimes I listen to music, mostly electronic stuff. But it doesn't help me. Some people say it's good for focus. Yeah, I know. Okay, this is wrong. But how does it turn on me by 90 degrees? So far I'm just logging extra stuff to see where the issue is coming from. Here is the horizontal line, and this conic line should go up. Okay, it's so confusing to me. It says we are turning by half a pi. Oh no, half a pi, yes. Half a pi is 90 degrees. Okay, so this is called okay. But that should be negative. And actually, I think we can avoid radians in this conversion altogether, because we have sinus and cosinus here. And there are formulas for doing angle differences using sine and cosine values without going through angles. can try this. Now this should be producing a new image, a new hopefully this should be turning in the right direction. Let's see. Did we break anything? No. Things seem to work. Seems to work. Okay, let's try copying the new arc line into the test to see how the shape looks. Okay, the new shape looks kind of good. The only issue right now is that we are outsetting in the wrong direction. Okay, so we could actually get rid of this angle rad. This still works, and those outlines should also keep working. Okay, I think we fixed the first issue. I like that we are not using any more sine and cosine functions. The way we compute sine and cosine here is that we're actually normalizing some distances. And so this only uses square root. This is the hardest operation here. Let's go to the outset function. If I remember correctly, it should be possible to get the winding number of this shape, which is the number of turns that we do. It doesn't seem so. But I think we could compute it ourselves. It's not exactly what I want. Let's compute this ourselves. So whenever we turn, I think we can hide those things. If we are currently turning left if the sinus is positive, and have been below, kind of in the third and fourth quarter, and then now we are in the first or second quarter. Then we just made one counterclockwise turn. Okay, I think at the end we should also check this value. Okay, so at the end we are just checking if we still have any rotation to perform. Let's see if we can properly calculate the number of turns now. Okay, so this simple rectangle has 1 turn, and this shape apparently has -2 turns. Strange. Let's log the intermediate values. Could even do this greater equal. Those are important conditions here. I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly. Uncomment more code because I need to see what's happening.
Knight says.
Hey everyone. While
Hey, Knight. Okay, so what's happening when we are drawing our hand in this shape? We are starting here, moving, turning, moving.
CP Chica says.
Hello.
Hey, okay, this is a large turn. Okay, and it says that one clockwise turn was completed here. That's fine, because it's immediately cancelled by this one. Okay, so after this turn, we say one clockwise turn completed, and the counter should be at -1. Then we are doing this. I think looking just at sign value is not enough. Maybe it is, but the final value should be adjusted somehow. I think we need the same check here. Okay. I think now sorry, what? This is just really strange. Okay, so instead of changing the direction of the offset, there is a function to invert the direction of the polyline. Let's introduce some booleans for debugging.
Six in 7 nodes says,
How many hours did you code daily and per week?
I'm not calculating this, but a lot. Okay, one of the tests is failing. It's probably comparable to full-time work. Something like, probably less. When you're doing full-time work, you're not coding all the time anyway, so something like 5-6 hours per day. On average. Okay, the outsets seem to be looking good, even on the weird shapes. Like this one. Okay, but I'm concerned by the failure in the test case. So I will remove the last test case, the one with this path. I want to see the one which is failing. This one seems to be failing. Okay, so this is the rectangle that we are starting with. Let's fold this. It's called inside out square. Precisely. Yeah, it's probably messing up with our winding calculation. Because we are turning right at every point. Now I can easily enable debugging. And rerun the test. Okay, after the first turn, clockwise turn is completed. Okay. So this is correct. The turn count is -1. Oh yeah, because we are doing the math now. Even if the square is inside out, we will actually make it grow. So, well, actually this is good. This is great, actually. Let's see if we can see. Yep. It's really nice. The only issue is that it now starts at a different point. This is the issue with the test right now. Still worth fixing. Okay. can remove those as well. Really nice. Okay, like I said, we finished with the arc lines, so I submit this and we switch to Skyrim. I will add more context. Hey, Nexus. Yeah, crazy things are happening. Yeah, this is super dangerous. Losing account is... It's crazy how much stuff is usually attached to a Google account. It's worth quite a lot, not to random people, but to person who has this account. And it's crazy that, you know, on the black market, when you buy accounts, like each one compromised accounts is... It's a couple dollars per account, but yeah, the value that it has to the person that owns the account is just orders of magnitude higher. Okay, I'm starting release Automat because we are going to not develop it for a moment. Instead, we will switch to Skyrim. So doing macros in Skyrim. Skyrim has a great potential for power leveling because they have this mechanic: the more you do some action, the more experience you get. I mean, just by repeating the same action over and over, you eventually gain ridiculous numbers of experience. So, let me switch to...
TP Chica says,
Instead, we switch to MX and old school Z.
Yeah. We have Songs of Conquest here. Maybe I can fire nuke Galaxy. I guess it should work. It had some issues on Linux for a bit, but if I remember correctly, it used to work recently. It's an Atom application, so it's terribly slow. It's good to have some kind of backup access into your account, or not necessarily into your account, into your phone. One trick that I used in the past was that when you have an Android device and you connect it to your PC, you can sometimes connect with it over ADB, right? And to connect over ADB, you have to authorize it. But once you do this over ADB, you can do ADB input, you can do SCR CPY. So those are commands for interacting with Android device that's connected over the cable. And if you're using ADB, even when the phone is locked, you can still invoke shell commands. So doing like data backup from a phone over ADB, it works as a backup. It worked for me once. It was a long time ago, but when my phone has completely cracked and I couldn't kind of touch it, the touchscreen stopped working. Okay. I have just one installed game, and this is Skyrim. Yep. So this is essentially, yeah, if you cannot get on your phone, this is equivalent to hacking, and it's not bad, not necessarily bad.
Worst security flaw of Linux-based system is that you gain access to shell even though you can't physically lift protection locks from system.
Yeah. So theoretically, Linux has PAM. This is the whole reason for this PAM subsystem. But I never learned how to use it. It's a mystery to me. Enable audio. and type in the magic command. So this command is something that allows me to keep the game running while I'm in another window. So I can do other stuff, but the game is still running there in the background. Okay, one thing we will need is also gamma. Slightly better. And let's take a look at this character. This guy, if we look at the skills, this is tutorial. I'm still in the tutorial. But I spent like 5 or 6 hours yesterday just walking into a wall, which leveled my sneaking. Where is sneaking? Yeah. So this is at 100% right now.
As part of my day job, every couple of Linux merge cycles, I have to back to low-level PAM implementation. Insert the code out that allows you to access the shell, even when locks are not lifted, and rework code for physical keys.
Yeah. PAM is just... I guess it's like almost everything on Linux. It's terribly documented. Did I read what you said? No. I see you mentioned something about a new song. We'll take a look later. Okay, I just want to finish this tutorial. How do we sprint? Let's finish the tutorial and see what skill could we grind.
That looks like the way out. Knew we'd make it.
Nice. Okay, quick. Okay, no, we don't need survival mode. I will skip the main quest. Entirely, because this is not what we are about here. We want to see how we can grind with Automat. What is the thief giving us? Okay, this is just speed of learning. Let's activate the Mage Stone. I think this is the simplest.
Diux Nexus, that's why my ultimate source of truth is pen and my mostly unreadable handwriting.
Okay, macroing in Skyrim. I think most important thing right now for us is going to be, if you want to train anything with opponents, we will need good armor so that the character can survive. So I would start with training maybe heavy armor or just whatever kind of armor we can get.
Feindal thinks he can move Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already...
You there. The Dawn Guard is looking for anyone willing to fight against them. We're vampire hunters. We search out and destroy those. You're not paying attention. Haven't you heard that the Hall of the Vigilance was destroyed by vampires? They never... The Vigilance mostly hunt. That's why our leader, Isran, is re-establishing the Dawn Guard. Ha! Isran's going to like you. Go talk to him at Fort Dawn Guard. Southeast Rift. He'll decide if you're Dawn Guard material.
Okay, and they want me to talk with people in River Run. I can do this later. Yeah, there will be some wolves here. My direction right now is an area near Whiterun where there are some mud crabs. I guess we could switch the category of the stream. This is not programming anymore, right?
Hey now, you be careful with that fire.
You handle yourself well. An order, and we show up to solve problems if the coin is not for me to... The old man, if you go to him, good luck.
Oops.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Ah, a letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh? Looks like that's it.
Okay, I have to relog, apparently. Just the X server. Let me switch off the... Okay, can I... Okay. Back to Skyrim, I guess. Okay, we have to run again. Oh no. That's just the thing on Linux. Yeah, sometimes when you do weird stuff with the X server just crashes. Hey, good. We're finished with coding for today, so now we're actually trying to do some macros in Skyrim.
Faendal thinks he can move Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already mine, I can tell you.
Let's try doing this quest so that we don't have to come back here.
New to River Rayloff?
Ah, okay. Nice. It's Skyrim. I thought that you maybe totally redid Automat to a first-person program.
Things just... We need to get word to Jarl Balgruuf in Whiterun.
It would be pretty cool if Automat macros appeared actually in-game, right? That would be nice. Something like this shift tab that Steam uses. Okay, I'm playing as an Argonian, so I will do some role-playing and actually swim to River Run. It should be faster because I think the river also pushes us.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see. Ah, a letter from the Jarl. Moving up in the world, eh? Looks like that's it.
Yeah, passwords, contrary to what people say, is something that it's probably worth to have written somewhere. Nobody's going to remember passwords, you know, a year after coming up with a good random password.
All for sale at fair prices. The roads of Skyrim lead to many dangers.
Okay, I think somewhere here there should be some mud crabs. Okay, there we have two of them. So the plan is as follows. Quick save. We will kill one of them, so that only one of them remains. And I think they should be fairly weak. I'm not super sure about that. But we will try to record a macro that will heal us while he's attacking. Okay, we are not at the level yet, I'm afraid, where this would work. He left us. I think we can wait an hour and that should refill the mana. I want to level up light armor with this guy. Okay, let's do it differently. Maybe I can try with heavy armor. Yeah, higher armor means I will be getting less damage. That was close. It is. It's good to, when watching news, to filter it into stuff that you cannot influence. And the stuff that you cannot influence, you probably don't have to care about so much. He's hitting very hard. Okay, maybe I could buy some perks to make this grind possible. Okay, this will reduce the magicka cost. Perfect. Half the magicka. Healing spells cure 50% more, yes. Okay. I'm wondering what armor am I wearing? Okay, all heavy. Great. Where did I left him? Let's try this. We're still not at the break-even point, unfortunately, so this cannot be really macroed. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, so I think I could create a macro which would just press the left and right button every couple of seconds. Yeah, the magicka regen is very, very poor.
Late Skim Mexican says.
What is going on?
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to automatically level up heavy armor. Using Automat, of course. Okay, I have to run now. Have to low. Okay, let me try with a simple macro right now. I need to put some distance between me and the crab. So what do we want? We want to press maybe just one mouse key for half a second. Then release it, then let's wait like 2 seconds and rinse and repeat. Okay, that's too short. Let's hold it for 1 whole second. Actually, I could set it up so that it would maintain like fixed level of mana. So I think I could hold it for longer here, but also wait a little bit longer. Okay, let's do 3 and 3. Where is our mud crab? There it is. It's coming to us. It's slightly too... So we are losing too much magicka and we are not healing fast enough. 2 issues. And also in this macro, there is a small issue. It's hard for me to stop it at random point. So it would be nice if we had a hotkey that I can press, and that would essentially pause a bunch of objects in Automat, so that this... Yeah. Okay, time to run. I wanted to see if maybe with levels I could... Okay, Magicka, yes, we need more Magicka. Okay, I see no new restoration perks. Heavy armor, maybe? Nope. Okay, maybe if we just level it up a little bit more, we'll be able to maintain the situation here. Oh, Magicka doesn't regenerate in combat, or it regenerates slower. Can get this armor bonus. And it would be nice if we could somehow connect Automat to a pixel on the window. So the pixel on the health bar has this property that if it's red, then it means it's good, we don't need to heal. But when it turns black, then we could start healing. So we could have much more robust healing loop. Okay, I will increase the healing time. Okay, new restoration perks. No, we don't need that. And to make it easier, I will hook it up to a hotkey. Let's say F6. We're still far from out-healing this guy. I mean, we can out-heal his attacks, but the mana drains too fast. Hotkey doesn't seem to work. Let's see. I can press F6 and it starts macro, but it does not stop it. That's the issue. Okay. Oh yeah, I think this is why I used to have this on-off switch, because this is able to turn other objects on or off. So now I should be able to press F6 to start and stop this. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. we are back. Let me take some notes. So one thing that would be very useful here would be to have a sort of like a post state. It would be nice if we could design a macro that just has a loop that runs forever, but keep it initially paused and have this sort of hotkey that can, essentially stop it from executing or resume it from resume the execution, this kind of stuff. Yeah. That would be one convenient thing. The other convenient thing would be the ability to check a value of a pixel. And then we could even use the assembly to make decisions based on the value of that pixel. Could even have like a fairly advanced macro that would heal, but if mana is too low, it would try to kind of step back from the enemy. It seems that Q is not doing anything. I can switch the macro to Q. Reduce the pause to just 2 seconds. Yeah, an object that grabs a pixel on the screen, that would be nice. Okay, another thing we could do is we could unify this mouse down and mouse up into a single object, just so that it's consistent with how we handle key presses. How this would work with a single key presser. Say this is the mouse object. So we could have a flip button. A timer that runs in a loop. But also presses this object. Yeah, I think we'll have to change the way we pass control. It should be possible to invoke another object, not directly, but sort of in the background. Okay, and also the cable connectors are overlapping. Each of those is a very interesting problem on its own. Yeah, this key presser, it's actually pretty decent. The mouse object could behave similar. It could have regions for different mouse buttons. And there would be button 1, 2, 3. And we could connect to each of them individually. In terms of pausing multiple objects, so right now we are using very simple objects that are sending this signal mouse down, mouse up. It's very hard to pause something like that because we don't know whether mouse is currently pressed or not. So this is something that's going to be challenging. I think this is why we should switch to stateful objects. If you have an object that represents a mouse and keeps track of the mouse buttons, then we know how to pause it, because we know that, hey, we have to kind of send like button up event. So between those two tasks, there is a dependency. This would be another nice project. This is also completely separate. And this is also completely separate. So this one, running objects in parallel, is actually something that we could do by introducing a side connection to this flipper. Let's look at other skills. What else could we level up? Of course, Magica. Conjuration, sure. Okay, magic skills are easy. So speech, I don't remember how speech works in Skyrim. I think it levels up when we trade. Pickpocketing, we could play with pickpocketing. Yeah, let's try with that. Let's leave our mud crap temporarily. We'll come back to it eventually.
city's closed with the dragons about. Official business only. Fine. We'll be keeping an eye on you.
Oh, that increased our speech actually.
They say Helgen got
We'll pay whatever it takes, but we must have more swords for the Imperial soldiers.
You just can't fail.
Okay, the chance to steal is very small for everything. Value to 60%. Okay, in the best case the chance to steal is 90%.
And ask Yorland Greyman.
I'd sooner bend my knee to Ulfric's Stormcloak. Besides, Greyman, you there, steal from
The Dawn Guard is looking for anyone That's what everybody. If you change your mind and decide to join the fight before it's too late, talk to Ezron at Fort Dawn Guard, southeast of Riften.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
brigands I can handle. But this talk of dragons? World's gone.
Okay, in the best case the chance to steal is 90%.
Be glad you're here in the city and not out in Riverwood. Those poor sods don't even have a wall. We know.
Okay, light armor is very obvious, we just need to get hit. Archery, we need to hit some stuff. One-handed, two-handed, block. Block could be useful. So potentially we could level up block at the same time as we level up heavy armor. Let's see.
Saw something near Shimonist Cave.
There should be a smith in this city. So maybe you can buy some armor, some shield.
Small, the finest weapons and armor.
Okay, here is a heavy shield. And we also have much better armor. Okay, we need to sell stuff. Oh, actually, since we got better at armor, our armor actually has higher rating now. Okay, that would be nice. We cannot afford this.
Good doing business. With you.
Okay, I think we could try that on our crab. Let's try blocking it with a shield. So this will be a new macro for us. And it's going to work slightly differently. So we are going to first release the right key. Press this, and then release the left key and press the right key. Okay, there needs to be some small delay. So let's insert. I think the problem is after we release the shield. Let's just put 100 milliseconds here.
Go cast your fancy magic someplace else.
Okay. Seems to work. Let's also extend this shield period to 5 seconds. The mud crab should be somewhere around here. Okay, there it is. Let's fire up the macro. Yeah, I think this kind of works now. I think he will die eventually though, so I still have to do some dodging. Maybe you should heal a little bit longer. It's hard to say really. And maybe we can increase some of our stats now. This we cannot increase yet. I think we have it. So eventually mana will probably run out. But the health stays very high all the time. Okay, this period under a shield, let's extend it to 10 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, I think the only thing we still need to do is probably to stand in a more defensible position so that this guy cannot run around us. Let's see, maybe here? Cool. Actually, the health is dropping too fast. But almost, we are very close to being break-even. Okay, he's still walking around us. We need to find a corner. Come on. I think there could be a nice place. This period under the shield. I will increase this a little bit more. Improve restoration again. Magic regenerates 25% faster. Amazing. Okay, in heavy armor. Okay, we can increase this again. Yeah. So with everything that we got so far, our character should be... I think theoretically it should be possible for us to just stand here, and at this point the crab shouldn't be able to kill us. Oops. I should heal. No, it's still going to kill us. It is deadly, this crab. I'm returning to macro. Maybe we could make a better...
Marek Kowalski says.
Hi. You could walk away some while healing to avoid hits.
Yeah. But my point here is to kind of create a macro that I could leave for the next 5 hours, so that I can go out and in 5 hours it should like fully level up those 2 skills. Or 3 skills. Yeah. So I am sometimes intervening, and when I see that health is dropping too low, I'm manually retreating with my character. Okay, so I think the problem here is that when I have my block down and I'm just healing, it has this like series of strong attacks that I'm barely able to balance with the continuous healing. My only hope is that it does it like right now, where it kind of gives up and runs away. Maybe we can find a better spot. Let's find a better spot to train. Come on, mudcrab. The macro is still running, so it keeps healing me all the time. And keeps putting on the shield, which I don't care very much about. Where is the mudcrab? Come. Oh no. Okay, maybe here. Here would be a nice place.
But it's fun to see Automat working on an actual game.
Yeah, it's still missing so many things. Like the ability to pause the macro, because I am using this kind of, maybe I can point like that. I'm using this hotkey object here, and it controls the toggle that switches on and off the next object. The next object that I have is a timer, right? So if the macro is currently in this timer or this timer like very far, it's not going to be switched off, but instead 2 parts of the macro are going to run at the same time, which is almost never what we want, actually. Okay, Mudcrab, where are you? Okay, it's coming. This is also a decent place. Yeah, this series of strong attacks, I'm not able to heal over this. I could get a better healing spell, maybe that would help. That will also drain mana faster. Okay, time to retreat. Okay, I'm going to leave the crab here and let's try getting a better healing spell. I think this could fix this.
I've been looking for you. There's a new museum opening up. Looks like that's it.
Okay, great. Couriers are some of the most dangerous characters in this game. Because when you're chased by enemies, when you're talking with the courier, the enemies don't stop. They keep attacking you. Okay, I'm going to sell the garbage that I have and maybe I will be able to buy a spell.
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Okay, weapons, no, I need them. These novice robes I will keep, it's not that bad. Or maybe no, I have restoration, so my restoration increases magic regen. Those ingredients, I can sell them. Misk.
Take a look.
Okay.
Do come back.
I work for Bellifer, the general goods store.
Nothing of ours struggles, our suffering.
I don't remember what's the best way to make money in... I think alchemy. I think alchemy is the best way of making money in this game.
What is it?
I only urge some caution. We cannot afford to act. My lord, please.
It seems this damnable So, you wish to master the arcane? Take a look.
Okay, this is all out of my...
Who's this then? So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
out of my range. Okay, those are scrolls. I need books, yeah. I could get some bound weapon spell. That would be nice. This would also be nice. For farming, yeah. So this is conjuration, illusion. I can probably just macro those skills by staying in a place. I also wonder about familiar. Maybe I could train on familiars. Fast healing, almost like what I need. Actually, I think this space, this spell is not like healing per second. This is instant healing. This would be good. This could be much better than this constant healing. Because the problem is that when the mud crab keeps attacking me, I'm trying to heal, and it forms a dynamic balance. The DPS of the crab and my healing per second. And if this is a quick spell that I can cast in like a second or two, then that could help. Yeah. 15 points per second. So that single spell is equivalent to healing for 5 seconds, I think. Which is kind of exactly what I do right now. Another interesting spell. Okay, fast healing, it is. We could level up other spells, but I think this fast healing is going to be critical for...
This interruption. Jarl Balgrup is not receiving visitors.
Okay.
Well, that explains why the guards let you in. Come on then, the Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
Let's do this quest. Why not?
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes? By Ysmir, Irileth was right. What do you say now, Proventus? Shall we continue to trust in the strength of our walls?
I think there is a problem because there will be a dragon attack now.
We should send troops to Riverwood at once. It's in the most immediate danger.
The Jarl
dragon is lurking in the
will view
mountains.
that as a provocation. He'll assume we're preparing to join Ulfric's side and attack him. We should not.
I'll not stand idly by while the dragon burns my hold and slaughters my people. Irileth, send a detachment to Riverwood at once.
Yes, my Jarl.
If you'll excuse me, I'll return to my duties.
That would be best. Well done. Here. There is another thing you got. Let's go find Farengar, my court wizard.
Ah, no, he's just going to ask us to get the claw.
Come to Dragon's Reach. What? Project? You think you could help me? I really don't think so. The Jarl can be found in the Great Hall, probably sitting on his Jarl's
Farengar.
not
I
over
think I
here
found
in
someone
the
who
wizard's
can help you
labyrinth.
with your dragon project. Go ahead and fill him in with all the details.
So the Jarl thinks... Yes. Well, when I say fetch, I really mean delve into a dangerous ruin in search of an ancient stone tablet. You are eager to be... go to Bleak Falls Barrow, find this tablet, no doubt interred in the main chamber, and bring it to me. Simplicity. Anything we can use to fight this threat.
So the important thing is we have a new book. Let's start with the book. With fast healing that we can now use. Okay, and a better armor. Yeah, I'm almost sure it's going to work now. So let's try casting this spell. I have to hold it. Okay. Hold it for a moment. Is this the right spell? No, I want fast healing. Okay, let's shorten this to 1 second. And let's try firing this macro. So I'm putting on the shield. Sorry, casting this spell. Okay, I'm putting the shield too quickly after the...
If those rebels think they can best us, they have another thing.
After I release the spell. So I need to insert some delay here. I don't know how many. Let's say 100 milliseconds.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's the magic?
Okay. Not enough. Let's go for 200 milliseconds. $300. We're very, very close. Okay, it worked. I think it worked. Cool. Let's put the shield down and find the crab.
Hey, watch it.
So now we are spending half the time actually healing. So most of the time we should have the shield up now.
I work with my mom, so
Nope, sorry. It's just us against the dragon. Is that it?
So we'll take much less damage from the crab. Okay, this is the nesting place of the crab. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it has shown up on the radar. Let's get closer. Yeah, there it is. Perfect. So we just needed a better spell. But this one is using too much mana. Okay, let's increase this time to 12 seconds, the time that we hold the spell. Maybe we can shorten this. Let's try with 1 second. Okay, if we don't have enough magicka, we just don't cast the spell. Okay, I think that should work. Okay. It's hitting slightly too hard. I need to make sure we have enough mana to cast this spell. So maybe I will make this longer. Do we need more health or more magicka? I think magicka, when it comes to heavy spells, it's probably more useful. We can improve the block. And let's also get this one, because I think the new spell could be apprentice level. Cool. shorten this a little bit, because I see we have some spare magicka. Come on, come on.
Yeah.
I think if it's hitting us a lot, there is, I think, some issue where we cannot start spellcasting. Okay, the new problem seems to be stamina. Now the stamina is going down too fast. I just need to find a safer space to be attacked. Not here. Here maybe. Oh yeah, this is great. This is a great spot.
So Miss 14 says...
Maybe enchanted items would help to recover mana stamina faster?
Yeah, yeah. The problem is, for enchanted items we will need some money, because the best way to get those items is to... I can get some cheap enchanted item and then... So enchanting can also be macroed. We can do this. I think if we... I don't remember, can we capture the soul of summoned creatures? Don't remember. If we could get the Star of Azura, capture, like summon a creature, capture its soul, enchant, we could write a macro for that, I think. I think that could work. Yeah, and if we have enchanting or alchemy, then really sky is the limit. If we have alchemy and enchanting, we can do whatever we want in this game. Those skills are so overpowered. I actually wonder what will happen when the stamina drops to 0. Because I noticed that when mana drops to 0, the worst that can happen is that we will just not cast healing. Which could be like fine. Like it's not a big issue really. Yeah, we've been unable to heal. He lost the cycle of healing. I think it works. I think if we have now just left it alone, it should probably bring blocking to 100. Maybe also restoration. Who knows? But the way we create this macro is not... it's not very robust. We have just a bunch of objects which are executed in sequence, and the state of the macro can easily get desynchronized with the state of the game. For instance, when you want to interrupt it, it tends to recover right now. So if I manually remove the shield, the game will just get multiple mouse button up events in sequence. And the games are typically written in a way that makes them robust to this kind of edge cases, like multiple key down events, multiple key up events in sequence. They usually did applicate those events then. But the way I would prefer to write macros is not in this way, because this is a very spaghetti-like way to write macros. I think it would be way nicer if we had some kind of higher level structure for those macros. Like, for instance, I could evaluate this macro like 10 times per second, for instance. 10 times per second I could evaluate it, and 10 times per second I could compare the current state of the game and make a decision based on that. Similarly to how AI kind of is written for games. Okay, so heavy armor is also increasing, that's nice. I was doing some tweaks to prevent the macro from skipping the healing cycles. Now it should be fairly robust. I think I feel confident enough right now to leave this kind of play out. We're not going to stay for the next like 5 hours on stream watching this guy get beaten up. I will leave this overnight, but now we can think about what would be the most useful things to add to Automat. Something that would make writing those macros nicer. So if we had a stateful mouse object, so instead of sending those events, sending like mouse down, mouse up, if we had stateful mouse object, then we could implement this new object that would be able to pause, like just a collection of objects. That would be a nice quality of life, because I could pause this macro at arbitrary point in time. I could also do the better event delivery. So right now, when I'm sending the fake mouse events, I'm sending them to the desktop kind of globally. So they are delivered to whatever app is in the foreground, or whatever app is under the mouse cursor. But instead of doing that, I could also send those events directly to the app. And that app could be arbitrary. So this is another idea. So this is something that would allow me to work in Automat while the game is doing macros in the background. So many things are missing. Okay, I think I will continue collecting those ideas and I would like to try other things, because this is a very small sample set, this one macro that we just wrote. There are many other things in Skyrim that could be macroed. In addition to being beaten by enemies and healing oneself. I think a lot of the like illusion and conjuration and alteration magic spells, they could be macroed even more easily, just by staying in a place and casting them over and over.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
How do people usually write bots? I think a bot, because when we are doing a macro, this is kind of similar to creating a bot for a game. I think to make reasonable choices in the game, the bot needs some kind of representation of the state of the game. And then it needs to, when started, make a decision about the next action, execute this action, and continuously read the state of the game and make the decisions. There is a lot of very subtleties, about, for example, interrupting whatever it is currently doing. The pause is a good example. So when we want to pause the macro, there are probably different... We should probably handle this pause differently depending on where in this macro we are currently in. So, for example, if we are holding the shield, and when we want to pause the macro, then we probably want to release the shield, and then also pause the timer on the timer. And then we resume, we probably want to press the shield button again and start the timer again. But this could be slightly different, for example, for spell casting. When we are casting a spell and it takes 1 second to cast the spell, and we want to pause the macro while we are spell casting, then this timer, we probably want to reset it. Like when we restart the macro, we probably want to restart it from the start when we press the mouse button.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, pausing and resuming a sequence of actions. This is a very tricky thing. I think we would need a way to specify the pause behavior for any object that can run for a long time. If the object is long-running, quote, we have this class in our code base long-running. We actually mark objects as long-running. We probably want to specify how we want to handle the pauses. Because the long-running object, it could support pausing, right? A debugger, like when we have assembly, and that assembly runs for a long time, we could theoretically suspend the assembly thread, just keep it paused. The same goes for timers or timelines, any object that executes for a longer time. We could probably define, so the object itself could probably allow suspension. But also it would be nice if the user would be able to override the suspension logic. It would be nice to say, for example, that hey, if I want to pause, like cancel, or maybe cancel is a different thing. If I want to pause any object within some section of macro, then instead of pausing it, just cancel them and then restart them from a completely different point the next time. Okay, let's do some notes. Yeah, disposing the execution of multiple objects, that would be nice. Another thing is to send events only to some specific window. Yeah, I think that if I wanted to make this more robust, I would probably implement this macro as a state machine. Like, not state machine, but as a loop where I continuously check the state of my character. For example, check its health level, check its mana level, check its stamina level, and then based on those levels, I can make a decision of what next action to do. For instance, if everything is high, I could put up the shield. But if health is low, I could cast a spell, the healing spell. Or I could even do some like more clever kind of routing of actions. For instance, if the health is very, very high, maybe I don't want to kind of train block all the time. I could lower the shield to train heavy armor faster, because I think armor is... it levels faster when you are getting hit for more. Okay, I think it's time to level up health a little bit. I will feel safer with more health. Okay, more block, thank you. That would be nice. Yeah, we need more robustness. So some kind of reactive macro. So okay, I think the most important thing right now is probably going to be to read state of the window. This will also feed into our assembly that we now have, and send events to a specific window. So we will need a new object in Automat, a window, something that will capture the state of a window and will also serve as a representation for other objects that we are interested in some specific window. I think this is the most important thing right now. Okay, so this is probably something that we will start working on next week. A window object. And we are interested in two things. We want to, actually three things. So first we want to identify a window in the operating system somehow. Different operating systems, they use different ways of distinguishing windows from one another. So here we can see the title of the window, like on the top. Skyrim Special Edition GOG. But the window also has some hidden properties. Like we could find a path to its binary, right? This is one of the way of identifying windows. A window has a class, which is another like hidden identifier. It's just a string that an application defines when creating a window. A window can be also defined by a region on screen, right? So right now I'm playing Skyrim, but if I started another game, like in the same place on screen, I could use this to identify a window. Or maybe we should improve the macro recorder so that it can record kind of mouse presses properly into a timeline. Because right now I'm playing with those timers and I'm using the objects which are sending mouse down events. And I think the way to do this should probably be to use timelines for like sending a more tightly controlled sequence of events to the game. Okay, we will have to do this. We will have to do a macro recorder that records mouse events as well. But this we could probably do after we implement Windows and reading Windows state. Okay, so let's think about Windows. How can we... Not Windows operating system, but Windows on the desktop. So... we could implement a window selector similar to instruction selector, to instruction library. We could have just like a wheel or a carousel of all the windows in the system. And we could select from them by scrolling through this window. Through this carousel of windows. And then drag out the window we kind of want to pick. Okay, something failed here. Actually change this 250 and this could be 2 seconds, that's fine. I think we should still survive. Okay, so carousel of windows, this is one approach. In addition to carousel, I've seen this approach where the cursor of the mouse changes into a crosshair and you can point to any window on your desktop. This is the second approach. And the third might be to, I know, like listbox. I think listbox is very similar to a carousel. It's just a discount window carousel. You know, like in OBS, for instance, if you want to select window to capture, you get a list of windows. Which, I mean, it works. Anybody who uses OBS knows how to pick a window, but I think we could do better. I think we should either show the window miniatures in Automat, or allow the user to select a window by pointing to any window on the desktop. So once we have a window, like an instance of a window, it's possible that this window gets destroyed or something happens with it so that it stops working. So, for example, the game closes and opens again, and then we'll have to re-establish like which window we want to talk to. So a window will probably have a broken state, like a state where we have a window that represents some application which we lost contact with. The application is down, or it was reopened or has a slightly different title and it doesn't match. So the window object needs a way for the user to reconnect itself. So a way for the user to indicate a new window that to kind of fix it. Like if the window object is disconnected from the proper window, the user needs to be able to point at a specific window and say, hey, you should connect to this window. So I think instead of window selector with a carousel of windows, the proper way to do this is probably to have a window object that will initially be in this disconnected state, and the user will be able to point to some window to reconnect it. Okay. Yeah, so next week we start a new widget, the window. The widget should be able to capture a window on the desktop and should serve as like a video stream of essentially pixels that other objects will be able to inspect, but it should also signify which window handle we are talking about, so it should be able to direct events to this specific window. Okay, this sounds like a plan. Okay, I'm going to stop the stream now. We have a plan for next week. I will leave this macro running, and maybe next week we'll play a little bit more. I will level up heavy armor and block and restoration to maximum. And next week we'll probably take a look at other things that we could level up in Skyrim. Yeah. So that's it for today. See you next week. And have a nice weekend, by the way. Bye-bye.
Trevistat says,
Have a good weekend.